Right, we'll go to the 8:15 calendar. I believe somebody's here with Mr. Crawford. Mr. Crawford, come on up and have a seat. And if you need moral support, they're more than welcome to come up and sit with you. Can't represent you, of course, in the matter, but little moral support is pretty good. It looks like you picked up a new charge in Thurston County District Court, and is that a theft charge? It's not alcohol related. That is the important thing to me. That how are you doing with the deferred prosecution? You know, that's the important thing to me. There, speed bumps on the road of life, road to recovery, all the roads. That's you're doing well with the issue that brought you here, and that's the important thing to me. City have any input? I think, you know, it's a violation, law-abiding behavior, et cetera, but I'm not concerned about it. You're dealing with it. Okay, you're showing up for court. What I'm going to do is strike the hearing. I'm going to find you in full compliance, except for, well, partial compliance, I guess, with the exception of a little issue here, but hey, get that dealt with over a period of time. And do you have any hearing set in the near future in that one at all, or?
I think maybe 24th, I might go back.
Yeah, stay in touch with the court. Do you have a public defender there? Oh, swell. But you might, you know, you might want to check with the court just to make sure, you know, that's, well, with the New Year's, sometimes notices don't get out and don't get to people. What I would do is I would check with the court to make sure when it looks like a new hearing, or the case is unresolved as of this time. And so something will have to happen, but get in touch with the court. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. Don't give up on the program. You're doing well in it. Continue to do that. That's as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, you look good. You look healthy, and you look like you're enjoying life, and you have friends with you. That's the important thing. With that, Mr. Crawford, I'm going to just wish you a good day. Drive carefully out there.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people on the road that have no business being there, and we're getting into that time of year when there's going to be black ice here and there. And, be good to be a little careful. You take care. Have a good day. Thanks for appearing. Have a good one.
Thank you, sir. Nice to see you.
Likewise. You take care.
You remember us from before. Get a lot of people.
I do. Oh yes. Oh yeah. That's sometimes I run into people in the grocery store or whatever, and
a lot of people have a very high recovery here.
that surprises me a little bit. But I thank you for saying that. You take care. Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Take care. Tyler Sorensen. And again, Tyler, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Glad to hear that. Again, the last thing we have is patient process of transferring to an inpatient facility. Where are you? What's going on?
So my diversion officer from pretrial services says that he might have found something. He said he's still talking to the people to try to get me in. I don't know. I was thinking about like even just going to like AA meetings or something to like, you know, give you guys something while I'm waiting to get into a certain treatment.
You can almost do that. You know, are you attending AA or doing anything with that?
No, I was like thinking about doing that.
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it. I think, yeah, why don't you hit at least one weekend or one meeting a week?
Yeah.
Sometimes I've seen court order two. What I'm going to do is, yeah, do the best you can to get back in full compliance with, and do whatever you need to do.
Alright.
You probably know better than any treatment provider, what you need to do to stay out of trouble.
Yeah.
I think would reset the matter to January 30th, I think at 8:15. Mr. Sorensen, what I want to do is keep track of this. And I'm hoping that when you show up on the 30th, that you'll have something that you can show me by the way of AA attendance.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to an AA meeting?
Yeah, I have. Used to go to my grandpa when I was younger. I used to ride with him.
It's not everybody's best way of dealing with things, but
Yeah.
what I would do if it's been a while since you've been to one, check it out.
Yeah.
Check it out and see.
Last time I've been to one was when I was in rehab about like, I want to say like 4 years ago or something
Ah.
like that.
Well, sometimes sometimes you have to fall down more than once before we manage to stay on our feet. Reset it for 8:15, January 30th. I'm signing an order to that effect now. Sorensen, I want you to go to the window, get a copy of the today's order. And again, the most important thing is I'm not seeing any reoffense, any new issues,
Yeah, I was
especially
gonna
involving substance at all.
ask about the quash hearing, or I'm pretty sure this is what this is, right?
Well, I want to keep track of what you're doing. Yeah, and yeah, if we will, yeah, the order will be quashed, or the warrant will be quashed, and yeah, but I still want to see you on the 30th, and I'll want you to show proof of having done something. Hopefully by then, you'll have a better picture of when. So inpatient is definitely on the horizon for you.
And I was trying to do outer patient, but if I have to do inpatient, if it would cost me less, then I'll probably end up doing inpatient.
The
I just can't afford $1,000 a month for treatment classes and stuff like that.
there's a matter of, can you afford not to do it? You need to do whatever it is, whatever it's going to take to keep you from getting back here or in any other court for a similar offense. You can't look at it from a cost point of view.
Yeah.
If you can, you can. If you can't, you can't. You know, some people, they just don't have the ability at all. But if you have the ability and you can, and that's what's recommended by the provider, that'd be best. That's it. These providers, they have treatment wisdom that the rest of us do not have.
Yeah.
Warrant is quashed, signing the today's order. See you back here on the 30th, and hopefully we'll have an update on treatment, but be in treatment of some kind.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Take care of yourself.
You too.
Get a
thank
copy of
you.
the order at the window and be well, and see you back here on the 30th.
All right. Have a good rest of your day.
And you as well. Take care. With that, I guess strike number 3. Strike number 3. No, then who do we have? We do have the jail on. It's on. Oh. He might. Sure yet, but I think. Oh, jail has checked in, but they are not appearing as of yet. On record, the jail has appeared. Good morning, Mr. Everco. How's life?
Pretty good. Happy Monday, Your Honor. Waiting for,
I think things are a little slow at the jail this morning, I understand.
yeah, there's different people here. And, the person at the, desk in the room that I usually enter is a different person who, doesn't seem to be as aware of the procedures, but someone's going to get our in custodies.
Well, we're kind of at the mercy of the jail, so we'll just have to exercise our patience as best as we can.
Yeah.
Things are just the
How you
same.
doing, sir? Yeah, looking for Michael Lewis, John Robert Appleby and Michael Lewis. Yeah.
Thank you.
Are they on their way? Or-
Let me figure out where, we're up today.
Or-
I got two of them right now. Morning, Your Honor. This is Mr. Appleby.
We're back on record. Mr. Haverkill, go ahead.
Oh, good morning, Your Honor. This is Mr. Appleby. I believe he's on for essentially
Can't see him.
non-compliance issue. I believe the issue is that he may have had some subsequent new criminal law violations, I believe.
Is Mr. Appleby present? I can see you, but I don't see Mr. Appleby.
Yes, I'm here. I'll move over, sir. Thank you.
Let me see here. Do we not have you? See. Let's see, I'm looking here. Why are we not? Why? are we not? I had to reposition the camera. I think that's capturing Mr. Appleby.
Yeah, exactly. Mr. Appleby, good morning. For the
Good
record,
morning, Your Honor.
John Robert Appleby.
That is correct.
You're here, you had pled guilty to a theft third charge a while back. The allegation is you picked up new violations. You scheduled for court like 6 different times and you've never shown up. I had you held on very low bail.
Yeah.
The only possible way I was going to get to deal with you.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have a position in this case? It's just simply a violation of the conditions of suspended sentence. I'm inclined to, I don't know what, there's anything we can do here, but if the city has any recommendation. He's been in jail since. Fourth. 10 days. What I'm inclined to do, unless the city has any objection, is to give the defendant credit for 10 days served and simply close the case, terminate the case. Does the city have any objection? Mr. Appleby, I'm just simply going to give you credit for time served and close the case. I don't know what problems you have with other courts, but stay out of trouble, stay out of jail, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. To be honest with you, I thank you on that regard to initiate it, but I just was not thoroughly aware of the court dates. I've learned a lot in the last week and, had a lot of, well, these few days to look back and look why I was doing this, that, and the other wrong, and what I can do about it, what making it much better in the future, beginning today. And
It's good to hear that. I want you to take care of yourself, be well, and unless you have some other hold on you, and I don't think you do, you'll be released very shortly. Good luck to you, sir.
I'm aware of potentially one in Marysville and Port Townsend, but I'm taking care of those. So I'll follow through and not let you down, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Take care.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
And you as well. And maybe there's some. Although the box is checked, box number L and M. So assuming there probably isn't any.
For Your Honor, this is Michael Lewis.
Good morning, sir. Full name Micah, middle initial W, Lewis.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're in matter set for a pretrial. Mr. Haverco, I'll turn to you for the status of the matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lewis and I have had some opportunities to discuss the matter, review the police reports, talk about the evidence and what's available to the city to prove and what might be available to him to attempt to prove. And after discussion and consideration, he's electing to enter a plea to the charge. I've gone over a statement of defendant on plea of guilty with him. I have reviewed with him specifically that, because this is a domestic violence charge, he does give up his right to own or possess or require a firearm. I've checked that box in the form. I'm not sure what Your Honor's or the court's position is on a no contact order, but we'd like to be heard as to that. And I did receive some communication from his wife, actually yesterday, wanting to know how to get the Zoom link to call into the meeting. I don't know if that's her in court there. Oh, I see. She just waved her hand. So anyway, so she had indicated to me she wanted to be present at the hearing, and I see she's there. So we're ready to proceed.
Good morning, ma'am. Do you want to participate or be heard in this matter? At the appropriate time, I'll have you step forward and speak into the microphone. Mr. Haverco, go ahead. Is there a proposed resolution?
Yeah, there is. As far as the city, he's going to enter a plea. The city's going to recommend credit for time served. They're asking for a $250, court fee, all the remaining jail time to be suspended, for 12 months, condition of law-abiding behavior. And to abide by the court's orders.
Mr. Havergal, I'm looking at the statement of defendant on plea of guilty. The plea would be to assault in the 4th degree. I see the DV box is not checked. That's
It does actually need to be checked. So I have reviewed the statement with Mr. Lewis. He understands what the charge is, assault 4th degree domestic violence. If there's a box that needs to be checked, I think I tried to check it. It wouldn't accept it checked.
I'll do that with your permission.
Yeah, you have my permission to check that. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Again, your full name is Micah Lewis.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Lewis, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of 4th degree assault domestic violence. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine, which I'd be free to impose regardless of what's recommended by the parties. You realize that?
Yes, Your Honor.
If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, which, as I said, could be up to the maximum.
Yes, Your Honor.
If I accept the plea, the law requires that you not possess or have under your possession or control any firearm until your right to have a firearm is restored by a court of competent jurisdiction. You realize that?
Yes, Your Honor.
With that in mind, as to 1 count of assault in the 4th degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on December 19th, 2024, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, Your Honor.
And the crime is that of domestic violence. Do you agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 of the plea form does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. Does the city have anything further to recommend as to by way of sentencing? Mr. Havergal, anything further to say?
I wasn't sure what the court's position was going to be on a no contact order. I would ask the court not to impose that, or at least before considering such, to inquire of the victim in the case. My comment is just, initially when I spoke with Mr. Lewis, as is not unusual in these cases, he was initially, upset and I think confused by what was happening to him. And I think it was just sort of a process in talking to him it's been my sense that he has become contrite about the matter. He's become accepting about the matter, and he's become more accepting of his own role and behavior in the situation. And I know that in speaking to his wife, that was one of her concerns is that in the past, he has not really acknowledged responsibility, is my understanding. And so he seems to have a more accepting attitude. And so my sense is that he's more kind of willing to deal with, the underlying factors and behavior that led to this. So I think, I think credit for time served is a reasonable sentence, and I'd ask the court to not impose a no contact order if the court's concerned about if it's okay with the victim in the case. I would ask the court to perhaps just impose, a condition of, no hostile contact or something of that nature if the court has some concerns. And again, I'd ask the court to maybe consider inquiring of the victim as well to see her stance on the issue.
So Lewis, would you like to step forward? If you have anything to say, have a seat and let me know what you want me to know. Good morning to you first.
Good morning.
Identify yourself by name for the record, if you would first.
Yes, sir. My name is Christine Wanjala Lewis, and
Okay.
I am the spouse of Michael Wayne Lewis.
Okay.
So
And what would you like to like for me to know?
I would like to tell you that, being married to Michael for the last 5 years, we've had good days and we've had bad days. And the good days were great. He's a great dad. He's a great husband. But the problem is like when he drinks alcohol, then that's when we have bad days. At this point, I have decided that, if he comes home, we cannot have any alcohol in our house at all. Because that's like the devil that kind of brings all the fights in our household. I would like Micah to be released and come back home and be around his children, be around me, because I love him so much. I just want the best for him. And him being away, it's been really hard.
Hey, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Lewis, is anything you'd like to tell me?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm deeply saddened and ashamed of my actions on the 19th of December. I accept complete 100% full responsibility for everything that happened. I'm looking forward to working through this in the future. Hopefully sooner than later to regain the trust of my wife and my family, as well as I'm looking to enter into treatment, as well as probably take some anger management and classes of the such as well.
Steve, do you have any position with regard to a contact or no contact? Mr. Lewis, the concerning thing to me was this is the third time that you've been here, and in this type of case, things, if they don't get better, if the problem isn't addressed, they get worse, and they continue to get worse until something of a unredeemable occurrence takes place. I am going to give you credit for 25 days served, impose 364, give you credit for 25 days, and suspend 339 days on a bunch of conditions that I'll go into now. I think if I gather correctly, when I read and sort of perceive from the events here, is that you're a really good guy as long as you're not drinking. But when you're drinking, something happens to we have a Mr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde type situation here. I'm going to order you to get a drug and alcohol evaluation and comply with any recommended follow-up. Ancillary condition is no consumption of alcohol of any kind. That alcohol is not a good friend if you or your marriage and of your parenthood. It's that has to stop. If it doesn't stop, you're not going to be talking to me. You're going to be talking to a superior court judge. This could have, given the facts of this case, could possibly have been charged as a felony instead of a misdemeanor, which is a whole different level. I would like you to get a domestic violence assessment and comply with any treatment about that. A lot of people drink, but not every one of those engages in assaultive behavior when they've been drinking. I'm sort of conflicted a little bit on the no contact aspect of it. Having heard from your wife and the word she put in, excuse me, for you, I'm inclined to say no unwanted contact, no hostile contact of any kind. What that means is that's not capable of any precise definition, but if there's a problem and the police are called, you're going to be the one to go to jail. They're going to be right back where you are now. And I'm looking at 339 days suspended. I have no hesitation about imposing 339 days. I've done it. I'm not going to do it now. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. It sounds like you've got to kind of a turning point in your life where you have an opportunity to go down a different path than you have. And that path has to involve no consumption of alcohol. I don't want you to possess it. I don't want you to drink it. I don't want you to be around it at all. With that, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. I'll want to hear from a treatment provider. So within 90 days, you've got two things to do to get a handle on this thing: drug and alcohol and domestic violence, the both of them. With that, all I can do is wish you the best of luck, and again, if this doesn't get a lot better, it's gonna get a lot worse, in a period of time, and I certainly hope we aren't gonna go there. Any questions?
I know you're on.
I'll sign the judgment and sentence here in open court, and that will conclude the matter. You take care of yourself. I'm sure you have no other holds on you. You should be released before the end of the day. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haverko. And Ms. Lewis, thank you for appearing. I wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. Have a safety plan in place, and hopefully everything will go as well as it should. Take care of yourself. Just close that. Close. Nothing in the Appleby over here about closing the case. There we just found it. I got. Yeah, down there's a box to check in there, which I'm checking. Case closed except for LFOs. Case. We do have Ms. Ganem on, and I see in Oak Courts, let's bring that up. Good morning, Ms. Ganem. I see if you'd unmute yourself, thank you. Can you hear me?
I can. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning to you. We'll call your matter now. Matter set for pretrial. I'll turn to you for the status of the matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Harris is in the courtroom. Mr. Harris, you can come forward.
Mr. Harris, he's in the courtroom. He's sitting at the council table now, and I assume he can see you. He can hear you at least.
And thank you, Your Honor. Parties have come to a resolution on this matter by way of an SOC. And I did, Your Honor, have an opportunity to review this document with Mr. Harris, and he's reviewed it independently as well. I've gone over the rights that he is waiving by entering into this agreement with the city, as well as the consequences if he's unable to abide by each of the conditions in order to get the benefit of this agreement. I've also reviewed the conditions that he would need to comply with in order to get the amendment at the end of the 12-month period. Your Honor, I do feel he is proceeding with this agreement knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I would ask the court to accept it.
City, have anything to add? Good morning, sir. For the record, is your full name Dylan James Harris?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harris, I'm looking at your attorney described SOC, stipulate order of continuance. In reality, that's a contract. Your attorney is negotiated with the city on your behalf. If you do certain things, certain other things are going to happen. What you're agreeing to do is stay out of trouble. That's the most important one. No further law violations, criminal law violations, especially involving alcohol. This agreement is for a period of, it looks like 12 months. In 12 months, if you complied with all the conditions, and that includes a $150 fee, the charge will be amended and will go on your record as a conviction for reckless driving. Still a gross misdemeanor. It's still with the penalties prescribed by law. Now, if you violate the agreement and the city proves that by a preponderance of the evidence, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports only, because you've given up your rights in return for the agreement. If we have that hearing, you're most certainly going to have a conviction for DUI, which I've said many times is worse in terms of impact on your life than a lot of different felony convictions. Your attorney's put you in a position where you can kind of minimize the damage in this case, but you're in that position, but compliance is up to one person, and that's for you. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Take care of yourself. You have a lot on the line here. What I want you to do is go to the window, get a copy of the agreement. I'm going to sign off on it here in a minute. Read it over carefully, and if you don't understand anything that's in the agreement, make sure you give your attorney a call and make sure any question you have is clarified. Ms. Ganem, anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
We'll be sending you a copy of the SOC as well. Take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Signing the document in open court. Mr. Harris, good luck. You take care of yourself.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for a period. Good luck to you. Take care. And you as well. Two other matters on the private attorney calendar, Allison Connor and Jeremy Peash. Regard to Ms. Connor, parties have an agreement to reset the matter.
Yes, Your Honor,
Signing the proposed order, resetting the matter to January 30th at 9 a.m. Send a copy of that to the attorney for the Ms. Allison. The other one is Jeremy Peash. Understand, counsel, you've been in contact with Mr. Fricky as well on.
yes, Your Honor.
Signing an order, resetting the matter to January 30th, 9 a.m. And with that, we can go off record. On record for the pretrial hearings, Mr. Haverko, I'll defer to you for the order in which the calendar is called.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is Aaron Schroeder.
We do have a interpreter online. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Luann Connor, Washington State Court Certified ASL Interpreter.
Good morning to you and welcome again. Raise your right
Thank
hand.
you.
Solemnly swear that you will translate to English all that is said in ASL, and from ASL all that is said to English.
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Mr. Haverko?
Thank you, Your Honor. Trying to get the document closed. Let me bring up the Zoom window again. So yeah, this is Aaron Schroeder. Matter comes on before the court for a pretrial hearing. So. And parties have reached an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance, the matter to be continued for 6 months with no new criminal law violations. The city was not asking for any costs. Dismissal at the end of the 6 months if Mr. Schroeder complies.
Do we have a document?
Yeah, there should be one in Oakports.
Good morning, sir. Is your full name Aaron Troy Schroeder?
Yes, it is.
I'll turn to your attorney for the details of a stipulated order of continuance.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I've had an opportunity to discuss the matter with Mr. Schroeder with the assistance of the court-appointed interpreter, reviewed the police report. Parties have discussed the matter and reached an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance, the matter to be continued for 6 months on the condition of no new criminal law violations, at the end of which time the city would then move to dismiss.
Mr. Schroeder, I'm looking at an agreement between yourself and the city. This charge will be dismissed. 6 months from now, all you have to do is stay out of trouble. You've given
Yes.
up the right to go to
Yes.
trial.
Yes.
Thank you. You've given up your right to go to trial. And if the city proves that you violated this agreement, we'll have a hearing based on the police report.
Okay. Yes, I won't. I will not. I will not get in any trouble.
That is exactly what I want to hear. Mr. Schroeder, I'm hoping that in 6 months from now, we can simply dismiss the case without you having to come back to court. But that whether you do that or not.
Okay, I will. Just one question. When that 6 months are up, do I have to come back here to court?
No.
Okay, all right.
You will only have to come back to court if the city alleges that you violated the agreement.
Oh, okay,
That's
okay,
fine. We'll keep,
okay,
make sure we have your current address, just in case.
okay.
Mr. Schroeder, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself, and hopefully we'll be able to close the case in 6 months without anything further happening.
Okay, yes, yes.
Ms. Connor, that concludes the hearing. I want to thank you very much for your help and
You're welcome.
take care. Good luck, Mr. Schroeder.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you to the court.
Entirely welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Take care.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Connor.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Signed in open court. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is Leonard DeBajan here? Why don't you come on up?
Good morning, sir. Is your full name Leonardo Levon Devajian? If I mispronounce your name, I apologize.
So, matter comes on for a pretrial hearing on a theft charge. I placed into Oak Courts a stipulated order of continuance, the matter to be continued for 12 months on the condition of no new criminal law violations and the payment of a $250 court fee. And at the end of which time, then the matter would be dismissed on motion of the city.
Mr. Devajian, I'm looking in Oak Courts here at a stipulated order of continuance. What it is a contract that I'm going to repeat myself a little bit here between yourself and the city, negotiated by your attorney. 6 months from now, the case will go away. It'll be dismissed if two things happen. One, no criminal law violations. Two, pay costs in the amount of $250. In return for the agreement, you've given up your rights to go to trial. If there's a violation and the city proves that there's a violation of the agreement, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, which would result more likely than not in a conviction for a gross misdemeanor, which bears the possibility of up to 1 day less than a year in jail. Excuse me. You have the ability to get the case dismissed, but whether that happens or not is up to one person. That's you. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. I hope you've learned from the experience. Any questions at all?
You mentioned 6 months.
I'm sorry, 12 months, 12 months. I shouldn't read and talk at the same time. This is a 12-month agreement. So. Signing on the agreement, what I'll want you to do is get a copy of the agreement at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Read it over carefully, and if you have any question about what the agreement means, give Mr. Haverco a call, okay? Good luck to you. Take care of yourself.
Victoria? Your Honor, this is Victoria Debajian, item number 3 on the 10 o'clock calendar, co-defendant of Leonard Debajian. So
Yes.
it's the same disposition. 12-month stipulated order of continuance. Matter to be continued for 12 months on the condition of no new criminal law violation, payment of a $250 court fee, at the end of which time the city would move to dismiss.
Morning, ma'am. Full name, Victoria Devajian. Again, I apologize if I mispronounce your name. It looks like you were paying attention to what I said before. Same thing applies to you. You've got an agreement with the city under the terms of which case is dismissed. It goes away 12 months from now if you simply stay out of trouble and pay costs in the amount of $250. It's good to get a crime of this sort off your record. That'd be excellent. I want to urge you to abide by the conditions and get the matter released. And once again, bear in mind that if you've given up your rights to go to trial, have witnesses, in return for this agreement, and if the city proves that there's a violation, the police report's all we're going to consider in determining whether or not you're guilty or not guilty. You want to take advantage of the agreement and get the case dismissed. We learn from our mistakes, so we're condemned to repeat them. That's just the reality. Signing off on the document, you'll get your copy of this agreement as well. I want you to pick it up at the window outside the courtroom to your left and give Mr. Havercole a call if you have any questions about what it means. Any questions of me? Good luck, ma'am. You take care of yourself. Thank you for appearing.
Laura Gardner here. What about Aaron McDaniel? Come on.
And this is?
Oh, this is Aaron McDaniel. It's item number 5 on the 10 o'clock calendar, and I believe the city has a motion on this case.
Good morning, sir. Full name, Aaron Isaiah McDaniel.
Yeah.
City has it?
City. So there are many.
Mr. McDaniel?
Know that.
Mr. McDaniel, it's no longer a criminal offense. It's a civil infraction, which means all I can do, if you admit the infraction, is impose a fine, and that would be $150 in your case. Do you admit that, or deny that on July 16, 27, when you were cited, you didn't have a valid license? You admit that or deny it? I will impose a $150 fine. Is your license by this time reinstated by any chance?
Yes.
Probably for quite a while, I'm assuming. That's but hey, now that it's reinstated, make sure you keep it in effect. Now I'm signing a infraction disposition order. What I want you to do is go to the window, get a copy of that, and make sure you make the payments on it. If you can't make the payments, make sure you let us know. It's the case has quite a little bit of age on it for whatever reason.
Sure.
But it's finally resolved. Good luck to you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Is Seth Rome here? Yeah.
Back to the dashboard. Good morning, sir. Full name, Seth, middle initial N, Rome.
Matter comes on for a pretrial hearing, Your Honor, on a theft charge. Parties have reached an agreement, that being a 12-month stipulated order of continuance. The matter could be continued for 12 months on the condition that he not having any criminal law violations, pay a $250 court fee, at the end of which time the city would move to dismiss.
Mr. Rome, I'm going to be a little repetitious here, but I have to make sure that you understand what this is. It's a contract between yourself and the city, negotiated by your attorney. 12 months from now, the charge will be dismissed if you do 2 things: stay out of trouble, no criminal law violations, and 2, pay costs in the amount of $250. You do that, charge goes away, it's dismissed. If you violate the agreement, bear in mind, you've given up your rights to go to trial, have witnesses and appeal if you lose. If you violate and the city proves that, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would subject you to possibility of up to 364 days in jail and a pretty big fine. Any questions at all? What I want you to do is go to the counter, get a copy of the agreement and look it over carefully. And if you have any question about what it means at all, make sure you get a hold of Mr. Haverco and make sure your question's resolved. Any questions of me? Mr. Rome, all I can do is wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself and you don't need to reappear unless the city alleges that there is a violation. And you'd have a chance to admit or deny. Mr. Rome, good luck to you. You take care of yourself. Hey, you too, ma'am. Thank you.
Next matter is going to be Mr. Willoughby.
Mr. Willoughby, good morning.
So he's got three matters. The first matter is a pretrial hearing on a suspended third and ignition interlock device case. You can enter a straight plea to the interlock count upon the court's acceptance of the plea. City would move to dismiss the suspended driving third case. And then once the court concludes that, then we'll address the other matter.
What is your full name? Timothy Eugene Willoughby.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Willoughby, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock. Plea form also references a dismissal of a DWS third charge. Have you gone over the plea form with Mr. Haverco? And any question at all about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to a criminal offense? Was your question answered?
I think we're fine.
If I accept the plea, you're giving up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, which could be up to the maximum, 364 days and or a $5,000 fine. You realize that?
Yes.
As to one count of operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock when that's required by the Department of Licensing within the city of Yelm on December 13th of 2024, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You make that plea of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to make you plead guilty? I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. Do you have anything to add to the recommendation?
Nothing to add to that.
Mr. Hatfield, anything to add? Mr. Willoughby, you have a right to tell me anything you wish, you think I should know. I'm going to follow the recommendation. 364 days in jail, suspended on the condition you have a law-abiding behavior. Have ignition interlock when you're required to have that by the Department of Licensing, and no other criminal law violations. $250 costs are imposed here. We'll set payments on that at $25 a month. That there's the compliance with the previous matter.
Right.
The parties had a chance to discuss
We
that.
have, and he earns his living by traveling to vastly different locations and jurisdictions to do different kinds of construction work, and seems to be pretty gainfully employed, but he's kind of got a lifestyle at the moment where he's living in one location out of state for a few months and then going to a different location, because he's kind of doing construction sort of work or remodeling work, on a job by job basis. And so he's just finding it's just as a practical matter, it's really difficult for him to comply, again, just from a practical standpoint. So he's just wondering if there's some way maybe the court would be comfortable with maybe relieving him of some of the DUI related conditions and maybe just leaving the only condition of just remaining law abiding, committing no new criminal law violations. But just want to know, just want to know, I think if the court would consider waiving or, doing away with the alcohol, drug, evaluation, those particular conditions. I would note, yes, this is a new violation, but he hasn't had any, alcohol related, value issues. So, yeah, I think that's what he said.
Yeah, it's been 26 years.
Garfield, anything to add on that? The case is a couple of years old. Well, almost. Willoughby, have you done anything at all about alcohol consumption? Any issue at all?
Well, I went to a place like you asked me a couple of years ago, and that was in Deer Ridge.
I remember that.
Yeah. Anyhow, he was supposed to send some, but he didn't send it to you. I guess he sent it to you. So I don't. Deer Ridge.
What is your situation with DOL right now? And are you still suspended? Still under ignition interlock requirement?
Yes, yes. And the thing is that I'll put an interlock in my car. It's just I'm not gonna be here. So, so it's just gonna sit in my driveway. So I don't know what I'm paying for. And I don't. If that's what I have to do, I'll do it. Just.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it's only important to you in terms of Department of Licensing. They have their requirements that, okay, until you have this, blah, 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 that you can't drive.
Right.
So you're still in a position of committing a crime. You get behind the wheel of a car and you haven't complied with the ignition interlock, and it's not there. I think it's been a couple of years, and given your history, I'm willing to waive the eval and compliance. And the Department of Licensing, however, that's an entirely different entity. They'll do what they want to do, and
They will.
they have their requirements, and that's.
Well, and then I don't even know how I should say this, but I talked to the not the interlock people, and for some reason, the guy 6 months. Even part of it. So I'm just saying, I don't understand. Why would he say that if it's supposed to be such a thing that you get it checked every month? That's what I was told. You're supposed to have your car checked every month.
Well,
I know it doesn't.
don't let me launch into a diatribe about as far as I'm concerned, the ignition interlock requirement was imposed before they had the technology down pat to where it functioned properly. It's all money. It's all, and who makes it, and who doesn't. The idea is a good one, that's hey, we don't want you to be able to drive in a car if you're impaired and not able to, but that's what the wink and the nod that are given between the payer and the user are something I'm just gonna stay out of that. Sign a judgment and sentence with regard to the conviction today. This Vito list third is dismissed.
I think
That's
on the
true.
infraction, we were contemplating an admission to it, and the city would ask for $150.
Do you admit you didn't have insurance on your self
it
when you're
expired.
cited? And that's the other problem, as far as concerned, if you hit somebody and there's no insurance, and
I
you're
totally
out of
get
here,
that.
that's just not a good thing. Assess a $150 fine on that. That's it.
Yeah.
I was just waiting for the signal.
Mr. Willoughby, that's
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go
a
ahead.
total of $425 a month.
Excuse me, sir?
That's a total of $400, $250 on the ignition interlock, $150 on the no insurance, for a total of $400.
In the dark.
Judgment and sentence is now signed. Mr. Willoughby, I'm gonna wish you the best of luck. And it'd be a really good idea to get your situation with DOL straightened out,
Believe me, sir, I'm proud.
no matter whatever it takes. And it sounds like what it's really gonna take is money. It's
If that's what I gotta pay, I'll pay.
okay. I'm gonna leave that up to you and the DOL. I'm just gonna wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself and thank you for appearing.
Thank you. Yeah.
What's your last name? What time did you close? Oh.
Spencer, Albert, Mr. Albert, come on up and what is it? You're here on the 9:45 calendar to get a warrant quashed. You're at pretrial level on a third charge. Mr. Havico will represent you, and of course, he's not in any position of resolving the matter today. What we're gonna have to do probably is, if that's what Mr. Havico wants, is reset the matter for a pretrial.
Yeah, that'd be my request.
Robert, we're generating. Mr. Albert, resetting the matter to February 13th at 11 a.m. You can get a paper copy of the notice by going to the window outside the courtroom to your left. What I want you to do is exchange contact information with Mr. Haverco before you leave. Mr. Albert, I want to thank you for appearing. And yeah, if you ever can't appear for court, problems do come up. People get sick, cars break down. Make sure you let us know. At least let your attorney know so that we can don't have to issue a warrant for your arrest. Don't want to do that. Any questions at all? Good luck to you. You bet. At the window outside and to your left. Thank you, sir, and take care. We also have Curtis Martin and Virginia Moriarty.
Well, if we could call Ms. Taro, I guess she's on the line.
Good morning, Ms. Taro. You appear to be muted. If you'd unmute yourself, we'll address your matter at this time. What you're going to need to do is unmute yourself so that we can hear you. And thank you.
Okay.
Good morning. Is your full name Anna, middle initial C, Taro?
Yes.
Ms. Taro, your attorney's in the courtroom. I'll turn to him for the status of the matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Matter of Anna Taro, matter comes before the court for a pretrial hearing on a theft and criminal trespass first degree charge. Parties have reached an agreement, that being a 12-month stipulated order of continuance. Both matters to be continued for 12 months on the condition of no new criminal law violations, payment of a $250 court fee, at the end of which time the city would move to dismiss both charges.
Ms. Taro, do you disagree with anything at all Mr. Haverco just said on your behalf?
No, I do not.
You've got a contract here with the city under the terms of which 12 months from now, both these charges will be dismissed. A, if you stay out of trouble, and B, pay $250 in costs. That you can pay at the rate of $250 a month.
Okay.
In return for this agreement, you've given up your right to go to trial, the right to have witnesses and appeal if you lose. If there's a violation, city proves that, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would lead us to a convictions and the possibility of jail time on each charge. Got a little bit on the line here. We want you to take advantage of the agreement and get these charges dismissed. They're both gross misdemeanors. Ms. Taro, any questions?
Nope, no questions at all.
I hope everything's going better for you. That concludes the matter. We'll be sending you a copy of today's agreement. What I want you to do is look that over carefully when you get it. Give Mr. Haverco a call if there's any question about what it means, okay?
Okay,
Ms. Taro, good luck.
thank
Take care.
you.
And if I could have a moment. Oh, let me
Certainly.
see. Williams,
Back on record.
okay. Okay. So we just submitted gonna scrap the guilty plea. And we just submitted a motion to continue in O courts, asking to reset the matter for 4 weeks.
So we could certainly do that. How about February 13th?
Sure.
February 13th, 10 a.m. Mr. Williams, I'm signing an order, resetting the matter to that date and time. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. Conditions released, law-abiding behavior, that remains in effect. See you back here on the 13th of next month, and in the meantime, take care of yourself. Get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom, and we'll see you back here in a month.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Take care.
So we're on the 11 o'clock calendar, and this is Sherry Salcida. It's item number 9 on the 11 o'clock. Matter comes before the court for a assault fourth degree domestic violence charge for a pretrial hearing. Matters have reached, or the parties have reached an agreement, that being a 12-month stipulated order of continuance, the matter to be continued for 12 months on the condition she not have any further criminal law violations, pay a $250 court fee, at the end of which time the city would move to dismiss.
Morning, ma'am. Is your full name Sherry, middle initial R, Salcida? You disagree at all with anything Mr. Haverko just said? I'm looking in O courts at an SOC, stipulated order of continuance, which in reality is it's a contract between yourself and the city, negotiated by Mr. Haverko. You do a few things. Most importantly, stay out of trouble. Learn from the event. If you don't learn from our mistakes, we're condemned to repeat. Also pay $250 by way of costs in the matter. Now, in return for this agreement to get the charge dismissed, you've given up your right to go to trial. If there's a violation of the agreement, then the city proves that. We'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and you know that would lead us to almost certainly to a finding of guilt and the possibility of up to 1 day less than a year in jail. Want to make sure you take advantage of the agreement. Any questions of me at all? What I want you to do is, before you leave, get a copy of this agreement at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Read it over carefully, and if you have any questions about anything that is contained in it, give Mr. Haverko a call, okay? All I can do at this point is wish you the best of luck and look forward to being able to dismiss the case a year from now. Good luck to you. Take care.
If we could call the matter on the 11 o'clock calendar, Justin Drake. How you doing? Old Court, there we go. Old Courts was kind of taking its time.
Of course, it's a little slow today. Good morning, sir.
One second.
And this is,
Your Honor, this is Justin Drake. Matter comes on for a pretrial hearing on a suspended driving secondary charge and a DUI charge. We're asking to reset the matter sometime after February 25.
we have February 27th. Would you rather go to March?
We'd rather go to March. Yeah.
March 13th would be.
Yeah.
Full name, Justin Drake. Mr. Drake, at the request of yourself and your attorney, resetting the matter to March. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverko. In the meantime, any conditions of release remain in effect. Any questions at all?
It'll be.
Sign the order at this time. Get a copy of it at the window outside the courtroom to your
Oh,
left.
you've already signed. Yeah, so just stop at the window before you go and they'll print up the paper for you. Yeah. That's right.
Mr. Drake, thank you and take care.
Aiden Conlon.
Conlon?
report, for prosecution findings of fact, conclusions of law into O courts. He signed the evaluation, and the city also, to give him a chance to succeed on the defer, the city at this time is not going to move to revoke compliance on his other matter.
Mr. Conlon, for the record, Aiden Sean Conlon, that's it. Disagree at all with anything Mr. Havergo just said? I'm looking at a petition for deferred prosecution. Pretty comprehensive. I'm also reviewing a freedom recovery substance use disorder evaluation, which recommends a course of treatment. Have you started that yet? Or you're the program you're getting yourself into is it's not the easiest thing in the world. That's there's quite a little bit on the line. Actually, the most important thing on the line here is not your license, is not your freedom. It's you and the safety of the public out there in the road. It's inevitable at some point that people that don't address a problem they're perceived and admit that they have, they wind up with their name in the paper or in the death notices because something that happened out there in the road. I'm going to wish you the best of luck with this. This is not the easiest thing to do. I've had a number of people and seen represented, judged, prosecuted over the years and said, "The heck with I'm not going to go through that. I'll just sit out my jail time and be done with it." I'm always glad to see somebody that says, "Hey, look, there's a situation here I got to take care of, or it's going to take care of me." That's and it looks like that's exactly what is going on here. Sign the order approving of the deferred prosecution. And of course, we expect and will get monitoring compliance reports from the your treatment agency on a regular basis. You won't hear from us unless there's a problem. As long as we're getting compliance reports from your treatment provider, you won't hear from us. We'll monitor the situation, of course, but this DUI carries a 5-year jurisdiction, and you've got a lot on the line. Mr. Conlon, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. The city has chosen to take no action with regard to the case ending in numbers 057. That case goes back to June of last year. I wish you the best of luck, sir. Mr. Conlon, you take care of yourself. I can't say any more than that. Any questions at all? Hey, take care. And Mr. Aberco is always available to address any issues you might have. But yes, definitely get a copy of today's paperwork at the window outside the courtroom to your left. And thank you for the eval report. Jacob Kings Wilcox, go ahead and have a seat, sir. That would be both the criminal charge and the civil infractions. Mr. Cox, the city is moving to dismiss the your cases, and I'll sign the order of dismissal, and that's without prejudice. What that means is should the city change its mind, discover other evidence, they're free to refile the charge. That's rare that that happens, but it's a possibility. That concludes the matter. You're free to leave. Good luck to you. Take care. Thank you for appearing. Money. Wonderful. I'm glad to hear that. Mr. Cox, you take care of yourself and nope, no need. Jones, I believe. Morning. Now letting me edit it. Be in the other,
And
where they belong.
permit some things with the city. Let me have him sign the document here. Give me a second here.
I didn't catch the name.
Oh, this is Thomas Paul Jones.
Mr. Jones, I thought that was you. Good morning.
So matter, it's got a couple of matters, but he has a pretrial matter before the court this morning. A suspended driving third degree charge and then an interlock device charge. Just kind of like we did last time, what the city's recommending and its agreed recommendation is he's going to plead guilty to the suspended driving third degree case. He's going to agree to do a day in jail at the Nisqually jail. So 90 days in jail, 89 days suspended. In exchange for that, the city's going to move to dismiss the interlock device violation. They're also going to move to dismiss the mitigation matter.
The insurance ticket.
Yeah.
Your full name is Thomas Paul Jones, is it not? Mr. Jones, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of driving a license suspended or revoked in the third degree. That's a misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction, 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. The plea form also references a dismissal of the accompanying interlock violation charge. Have you gone over the plea form with Mr. Haverco? And if you had any questions about the process or the form, was your question answered? Now, if you give up if I find accept your plea, you've given up the rights in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, which could be up to the maximum if I saw fit to do so. You realize that. With that in mind, as to one count of driving a license suspended or revoked in the third degree within the city of Yelm on November 24th, 2024, how do you plead guilty or not guilty? Do you make that plea of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? Find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the plea. City, have anything to add with regard to the recommendation? Mr. Haverco, anything?
Nothing to add, just give them a, read whatever the court thinks is reasonable within which to report.
That's the recommendation is 1 day, no fine.
Correct.
That's
Yep.
Mr. Jones, anything you'd like to tell me? Sort of an unusual disposition of the charge, but hey, if that works, anything you'd like me to know? I'll follow the recommendation, 90 days in jail, suspend 89 of them, 1 to be served within the next 90 days at the Nisqually jail. You'll have to check in there on a date within the next 90 days, and you'll need a copy of the judgment and sentence in order to do that. You understand that? Okay. Oh, he isn't here. Anything?
Sign here. Oh, he was just asking me, does he need to worry about the bench warrant out of Pierce County? And I said it's
Oh, not related.
it's
Okay,
not.
that's
not related.
none of my business.
He signed the
Jones.
judgment and sentence.
Mr. Jones, I want to wish you the best of luck. Again, you'll need a copy of this judgment and sentence for the Nisqually jail when you check in. I'm going to wish you the best of luck, and yet you're not supposed to drive unless you're licensed and insured. And if the Department of Licensing says you've got to have ignition interlock, you got to do it if you're driving. That's it. The 89 days are suspended on the condition that you abide by those principles. Any questions at all? Mr. Jones, good luck to you. You take care of yourself. And you as well.
And I've got a couple of folks to talk to, but I would just note for the court's information, it looks like on the 11 o'clock calendar, item number 1, Armando Acevedo Hernandez is
Yes.
here.
Yes.
And he has a private attorney. So just
Yeah. We will wait. Mr. Duenhalter is here.
Yes, thank you. I wasn't quite sure how this worked. It's a little different than Zoom, but thank you for getting me in, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
Hey, no, it's good to see you. We'll take your matter. Your client is in the courtroom, and I'll have him step forward. Mr. Acevedo?
Armando, step forward and sit down.
Good morning, sir. Go ahead and have a seat. Your attorney is present by way of Zoom, and when you talk, I want you to talk into the microphone there.
And Your Honor, may it please the court, Martin Duenhalter on behalf of Mr. Acevedo Hernandez. Your Honor, I filed a notice of appearance just late last week. Obviously, I don't have any discovery just yet. I called the clerk so I would be able to appear via Zoom, and they were very kind and gave me that information. We're asking simply for a set over today so that I can get the discovery and hopefully have some fruitful communication with Mr. Dilly's office.
Full name Armando Acevedo Hernandez. That was it. We're going to reset this matter at the request of your attorney. Mr. Duenhalter, how far out would you like to go? We have
Do you have 30 days available?
January 30th, February 13th.
And the 13th it's a morning 11 o'clock docket?
9 o'clock.
Oh, perfect.
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. That would be wonderful, Your Honor.
We're going to reset the matter to 9 o'clock in the morning, February 13th. I'll stay in touch with your attorney. Abide by any conditions of release. Don't drive unless licensed and insured, among them. And we'll see you back here at your next court date. Important thing is stay in touch with your attorney. What we're going to do is we'll give you a notice of hearing. We'll send your attorney the same one. You can get that at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Any questions at all? See you back here in a month. You take care of yourself.
Your Honor, it's always a pleasure to see you, and I hope to drive down there and see you in person. One quick question. Sam Meyer, your brother?
Yes.
Well, I don't understand how, because you don't look anything alike. This court, I've always seen you make a suave and debonair appearance, and I can't quite say the same of that particular judge.
Well, I have 7 brothers. Someone in the presence of several of us asked my father, why does Tom have so much more white hair than his brothers? My dad puffed on his cigar and said, well, Tom has a lot more mileage on him than any of his brothers.
Maybe there's a lot of thinking going on up there.
You take care. Hope to see you here.
You got it. Thank you, Judge Meyer. You take care. Bye-bye.
That concludes the hearing. Get a copy of the order and we'll see you back here. Take care. record. And it's a Is this Laura Gardner?
Matter comes on for a pretrial and a theft charge. Parties have reached an agreement, that being a 12-month stipulated order of continuance. Matter to be continued for 12 months on the conditions therein. No new criminal law violations, at the end of which time the city would move to dismiss.
Any costs involved?
I believe so. Let me just double check.
Not seeing any.
The fee was to be $100 total, to be spread out over 12 months.
Morning, ma'am. Full name, Laura Marie Gardner. Ms. Gardner, I'm looking at an SOC in the O court system here. What that is an agreement between yourself and the city negotiated by Mr. Haverco, under the terms of which 12 months from now, charge goes away. It can be dismissed if you stay out of trouble. That's the most important thing. Also a requirement that you pay $100 over the next 12 months. Surely, if you can't do that, let us know well ahead of the end of the year. In return for the agreement, you give up your rights to go to trial, have witnesses. If you violate the agreement, there's a new offense, and the city proves that. We'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would almost certainly result in a conviction for a gross misdemeanor that bears up to 1 day less than a year in jail. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. What I want you to do is go to the window outside the courtroom and to your left, get a copy of the SOC and read it over carefully. And if you have any questions about what it means, get a hold of Mr. Haverco, okay? Any questions of me? Good luck to you, ma'am. Take care of yourself.
Jennifer? You can if you want. Sure. I need to fill out a different thingy. It's okay. It's okay. All right. Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
And this is?
This is Jennifer Berger, and
Full name, ma'am, Jennifer Lynn Berger.
Yes.
Matter set for a pretrial at this time. I'll defer to Mr. Haverco for
thank you, Your Honor.
the status of it.
Yeah, just take me a little second here. Let's see. We've just placed a motion for a continuance into O courts. I had a guilty plea form in there. We're going to scrap that for now. We're just asking to reset it in the ordinary course. She wants to talk to her employer to see what the ramifications of this charge are. And so So
How far out would you like to?
I'd ask to reset it 4 weeks, you know, ordinary course. We've done a long waiver.
February 13th?
Sure.
Mr. Berger, it's important to find out what the ramifications are. Gladly reset the matter at your request to February 13th.
This number was no good, but. Okay, that's cool. All right, free to go. All right.
Speaker, what I want you to do is get a copy of the order today at the window outside the courtroom to your left. It'll have the date and time of the hearing on it. Good luck to you. Thank you for your patience. Take care.
Let's see, Kasia Yantis. It's on the 11 o'clock.
Good morning, ma'am. Is your full name Kaza Naomi Yantis? Address your matter at this time.
Matter comes on for a pretrial hearing and parties have reached an agreement, that being a 6-month stipulated order of continuance, $250 probation fee, no new criminal law violations. At the end of the 6-month period, with no new criminal law violations, and if she's paid the costs, then the matter to be dismissed.
Ms. Yantis, I'm looking at that agreement on the screen in front of me. It's a contract. In reality, it's called an SOC, but it's an agreement contract between yourself and the city, negotiated by Mr. Haverco. You stay out of trouble. That includes no substance-related violations. Pay costs in the amount of $250, Mr. Haverco.
Yep, that's right. Spread out over 6 months.
That's the important thing is the law-abiding behavior. The costs to me are secondary. If you can't make the payments required in the agreement, let us know. We can deal with that. You've given up your right to go to trial, have witnesses in this matter. Should the city prove that you violated the same, what we'll do is have a hearing based on the police reports that would result in a conviction and the possibility of significant jail time. Ms. Yannis, there isn't any requirement for any, given the nature of the offense, for any evaluations or treatment, but the news as to what's happening in the field of controlled substances is not good in terms of the fatalities. I'll leave it up to you if there's a situation that needs to be addressed in any way, shape, or form. I'll leave it up to you, but urge you to do so. Any questions at all? Please get a copy of the SOC at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Read it over carefully, and if you have any question at all about what it means, give Mr. Haverco a call, okay?
Stay out of trouble. Take care.
Good luck to you, and take care.
Maria?
Is this Maria Teresa Zarate?
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
There you go. So we've just placed a motion for continuance into O courts. She's working on some kind of relicensing program. I don't have all the details, but we're trying to just figure out if there's, potentially some way to get relicensed and avoid the suspension from a suspended driving second degree conviction. So we put in a long waiver. I'm suggesting to reset it. Actually, if the city doesn't have an objection, I'd ask to reset it about 90 days, just to see, if she can make some substantial progress with her license.
City, any objection? No. How about April 24th?
That's fine.
Ms. Zarate, that's the thing I care most about is having people relicensed. We live in a world where you pretty much have to be able to drive just to function at all. So we're going to set the matter out to April 24th. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, law-abiding behavior in the meantime, and we'll see you back here then. And good luck with the Department of Licensing.
Okay, take care.
Mr. Roddy, get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom and to your left, and we'll see you back here in April. Take care of yourself.
Next matter is gonna be on the 11 o'clock. It's Dennis LeBlue. Why don't you come on up, Dennis?
Okay, that's forever. Going faster than.
So this is Mr. Dennis LeBlue. He has it's got a couple of different, well, actually 3 different case numbers, couple different incidents, criminal trespass, pretrial in one case, and then a suspended driving and another criminal trespass on another case. He's gonna enter a straight plea to both of the criminal trespass matters. The city, upon the court's acceptance of the plea, will move to dismiss the suspended driving charge. And the total probation fee is $125 on each case, combined for a total of $250. Conditions for the next 12 months, no criminal law violations, stay out of trouble.
Good morning, sir. Is your full name?
No, it's okay. Just that. That's all you.
Dennis, middle initial W, LeBlue. Is that your correct name? Mr. LeBlue, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 2 counts of criminal trespass, 2nd degree. Each of those is what they call a simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine, which I would be free to impose if I saw fit to do so, regardless of what's recommended. If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5 of the form here. No trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing. Plea form tells me you're 44 years of age. Have you gone over the plea process with Mr. Haverco? And if you had any question about what it meant to plead the criminal offenses, was any question you had answered by your attorney? Any questions you might have of me?
Are you confused about anything? You know what you're doing, or being guilty of 2 counts?
If you need a moment to confer with Mr. Haverco, go ahead and do so.
Criminal charge for stopping, but
Oh, it's up to
What's up to you? I mean,
well, I have to pay
the recommended sentence is all suspended jail time and total cost of $250. Whether I do that or not is up to me. That's what the recommendation of the city's going to be. So it's up to you. If you want to plead guilty after talking to Mr. Haverco, I'll certainly accept the pleas. But if you're a little confused about what you want to do here, what now?
I'm confused about it.
Well, I don't want any confusion here.
Yeah, I didn't know it was true. I thought that's yeah,
Criminal offense does bear the possibility of jail time. Yes, criminal trespass 2nd degree is a simple misdemeanor. The maximum you can get is 90 days in jail on that. Now, the recommendation is that all that time be suspended, because they're not recommending that you be taken to jail or serve any time on this.
but if I plead something,
well, the city's recommendation is suspended jail.
suspended jail.
I don't know whether the court has time for me to take a break. Or
We'll
if we,
take the
in the
time.
meantime, like, we could take up the matter of Mr. Hernandez.
Let's take that
Yeah,
first.
so why
Let's
don't
take
you
that
reseat
first.
yourself, Mr. LeBlanc? And, if we could just take up the matter of Mr. Hernandez.
Certainly, we'll do that
Yeah,
first.
let's do
They've been
that.
patiently waiting here.
Yeah, yeah.
Good morning, sir.
One second. We've
Acevedo,
reset this
Hernandez?
matter. We're depositing a motion to continue in Oak Courts. He's been wanting me, just for the court's information, he's been wanting me to contact his Superior Court attorney. I've made some attempts to do that. I've sent an email to his counsel there, and he's indicating to me that there may be an issue of his competency. And so I'm trying to figure out, is there some evaluative process that's happening in Superior Court, and perhaps to get that paperwork. And defendant has wanted me to reach out to his counsel, and I have done that. And I'm not, just trying to figure out what, there may be something relevant happening in Superior Court that may have a bearing on this case. So we'd ask in the meantime is to reset it at least
Of course.
4 weeks. And
See the notice of form, hearing form is, do we need an order of reset or just the notice?
there's a motion to continue.
Hit the refresh button.
Yeah.
Make sure I have
Yeah.
the right.
She, just go to the clerk's window, she'll give me. just- No, I can look at it. No, I don't need, I know that.
Mr. Hernandez, we're resetting the matter to February 13th, at 11 a.m. And sometimes I know the Superior Court, all public defenders are pretty darn busy, so it sounds like it's gonna just take some time to get this resolved. Signing the order of reset, get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom to your left, and we'll see you back here, at your next hearing. Thank you for your patience. back on record, gonna recall Dennis LeBlue's matter. Mr. Haverko,
Thank you, Your Honor. The defendant earlier had expressed some confusion about what he wanted to do and what his confusion was when Your Honor said, when Your Honor recited what the city's recommendation is, Your Honor said, you realize I can put you in jail for up to 90 days in jail and $1,000 fine. And what I was explaining to him was,
doesn't mean I'm going to.
right, and I was explaining to him that the court is legally obligated to say that because the judge, in order to be an independent body, they can't be bound by an agreement between the city and the defense. But I told him that while I can't guarantee what Your Honor is going to do, that, you know, in my experience, based on this kind of case, I mean, repeatedly, that, you know, it's highly likely, it's not a guarantee, but it's highly likely that Your Honor would likely follow the city's recommendation. So with that under additional explanation and discussion, I think he's ready to proceed with the plea at this point, because I think he was just a little confused on that.
Does that resolve the issue? Yes, that's, with that in mind, Mr. LeBeau, what I'll do is ask you and get to the right section as to 2 counts of criminal trespass, 2nd degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm, first on June 2nd, 2024, and then again on June 19th, excuse me, October 10th of 2024. How do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Do you make those pleas of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I'll find the pleas to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. Having heard the recommendation of the parties, I'll ask the city, anything to add or further? Mr. Haverko, anything to add?
Nothing to add other than asking Your Honor to follow the recommendation.
Mr. Lou, anything you'd like to tell me at all? You don't have to say anything. You can just rely on your attorney to speak for you. But if you want me to know something, now would be the time.
If I could speak for him, I think, you know, he indicated that he wished that the no trespass and admonition could go away, and we talked about that a little bit. And I advised him that he can't trespass onto the property to ask them to drop the requirement. But, you know, I suggest to him to maybe write the corporate office and ask them in writing to consider, you know, removing the no trespass notice.
That's all you can do.
Yeah.
We don't have any control over private property. People have the right to say, hey, people can and cannot. I'm going to follow the recommendation here. Suspend 90 days in jail on each charge on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. Just stay out of trouble. And if there's a $250 fine, you can pay that over time. If you have any trouble paying that, let us know. But I want you to just stay out of trouble. That's all we're asking that you do. We don't want you to go any place where you're not welcome and not wanted. That you've been excluded from. Any question at all, Mr. LeBeau? Signing the judgment and sentence in open court. Well, all I want you to do is get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Look it over carefully, and if any question at all, let us know. Mr. Haverko will always be available to answer your call.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you're done? Okay.
And for the record, the DWS charge, 3rd degree, is dismissed.
Correct. Thank you.
If I didn't say that before, we'd have somebody else come into court. And if we don't have anything, I guess we can address the no-show.
Let's see. Let's see who's left on the 10 o'clock.
Surprisingly, well, 10 o'clock,
I think
I was glad to see that everybody finally did show up.
There's no shows.
11 o'clock is looking pretty good too. Maria Zarate, that it get reset?
That got reset.
And the two no-shows for the 9:45, which is simply the warrant will strike the hearings and the warrants will remain in effect. And I think that concludes the this morning's calendar. Now on record for the 1 o'clock arraignment calendar, I believe we have one private attorney matter. Is John Kahn here? Mr. Kahn, you're represented by Robert Melvin. Is he present? He's on his, oh, okay. He is now signed in. Mr. Melvin, good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
I am, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Your client is in the courtroom. I'll have him sit at the council table. Here, Mr. Cohn, come on up and have a seat next to Mr. Haverco, if you would. Good afternoon. Is your full name John Christopher Kahn? Mr. Kahn, we have criminal citations alleging that on or about the 4th day of January, you committed the offenses of DUI, driving under the influence of intoxicants, assault in the 4th degree, and reckless endangerment, and vehicle prowling in the 2nd degree. Gross misdemeanors, the maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or $5,000 for a gross misdemeanor. I'm going to turn to Mr. Melvin at this time for the entry of a plea on your behalf.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Rob Melvin on behalf of Mr. Kahn, who is present in the courtroom. We would enter a plea of not guilty at this time. I did have an opportunity to review the report to the court sent over to me. We would stipulate to probable cause for the purpose of this hearing only. I did have a chance to go over the defendant's rights at arraignment with him and also spoke to him about the maximum penalties allowed by law and the mandatory minimum penalty on the driving under the influence charge, and we would waive formal reading of any information.
Was set a pretrial for, we're going to go out, how far would you like to go out? We have the pretrials on at 9 a.m. on usually on a Thursday. The next available date is January 30th, then February 13th or 27th.
We do the 27th, Your Honor.
February? Yes, we can.
We have a Department of Licensing hearing that's going to be scheduled, I think, in the interim.
Okay. If that presents a problem, you can contact the city attorney. Mr. Kahn, pretrial conditions of release are don't drive unless licensed and insured, don't drink and drive at all, no contact with anybody involved in this. I'm not going to list any names as a witness or a participant. And stay in touch with your attorney and appear back for court as directed. City wish any further conditions of release? Mr. Kahn, I'm going to sign an order resetting the matter for the pretrial. Again, February 27th, 9 a.m. What I want you to do is go to the counter. I'll say this for the benefit of everybody here. Go to the counter outside the courtroom and to your left, you get a copy of today's order that'll have your next court date or any disposition on it. Mr. Kahn, any questions? Mr. Melvin, anything further? Any questions?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Take care. We'll see you or talk to you 9 a.m. Next month. You take care.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
That concludes the hearing. Go ahead and get the, and we'll be sending your attorney a copy of today's order as well. So take care of yourself. Before I call the rest of the calendar, what I need to do is advise you of certain rights that you have at this stage of a criminal proceeding. You have a right to have a lawyer represent you at this and all stages of a criminal proceeding. If you're indigent, can't afford a lawyer, I'll appoint Mr. Haverco. He's our public defender to represent you. Typically, at an arraignment, a plea of not guilty is entered. That's not any great statement about the case itself, but it is the way that you legally preserve your rights pending a pretrial conference. That's what we'll set the matter for next. Pretrial conference is a chance for you to discuss your matter with your attorney, resolve the case by agreement if that is possible. If it's not possible, you have a right to a public and speedy jury trial in the county where the offense was alleged to have been committed. If you have any question at all regarding your rights or the charge, ask either myself or Mr. Haverco. We'll answer them the best that we can. First matter is Jeremiah J. Alcorn. Does not appear. Now, a number of people will not appear for reasons that are at this point unknown to me. At the close of the calendar, what I will be doing is reviewing each case. If there was probable cause for the issuance of the citation, a warrant will issue for the arrest of the non-appearing individual. So you've at least saved yourself a warrant by just simply showing up today. Jeremiah Elkhorn does not answer. How about Kyle Blazel? Kyle Blazel does not answer. Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name Kyle Joseph Blazel? If I mispronounce anybody's name, and I'm prone to do that, I apologize. Please correct me. Mr. Blazel, the citation I have alleges that on or about December 7th, 2024, you committed the offenses of criminal trespass first degree and theft third degree. Each of those charges is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction for each would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Mr. Haverco, the public defender, will enter a plea on your behalf, and he's going to represent you throughout the course of the matter, should you be indigent, request his services. Mr. Haverco?
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor. Ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
Suppose a plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial. What I want you to do is exchange contact information with Mr. Haverco at this point. Let him know address, phone number, if you will. The order that I will sign electronically will have his contact information on it. Good. Mr. Pelosi, any questions at all? Don't forget to get a copy of today's order at the window. Okay. You take care. See you here in February. Good luck. James Boyd. Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name James Allen Boyd? Citation I have alleges that on or about January 2nd, 2025, you committed the offense of harassment. Gross misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause. Ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
Mr. Boyd, a plea of not guilty, again, preserves your rights. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. Conditions of release are law-abiding behavior. Stay out of trouble and stay in contact with your attorney and then appear back here for court February 27th at 10 a.m. Boyd, that concludes the hearing. Any question at all? We'll see you back here February 27th. Again, get a copy of your order before you leave. Take care of yourself. Excuse me. Amos Canzoni. Hey, have a seat. Have a seat. Have a seat, sir. Mr. Canzoni, would you get an officer? Mr. Canzoni, unless you stop and sit down, I will hold you in contempt. Canzoni. Mr. Canzoni, please. Down. Sit down. Did he have a motion in this case? Ordered. A warrant issue for the arrest of Amos Canzoni, $5,000 cash or bond. An infraction was also issued that will be sent to the Department of Licensing as an FTA. Ronald Carby in the courtroom. What I'd like to do at this point is advise you as to what you just saw, which is it happens every once in a while. The individuals here, they refer to themselves as a sovereign citizen. A court in a different jurisdiction has characterized a lot of what they say and propose to say as semi-literate gibberish, which is exactly what it is. But I want to thank you for putting up with that. Move on to the next case. Ronald Carby does not answer. Jeremy Crahan. Likewise does not answer. Jeffrey Domingo. Jeffrey Domingo. Tyron Edwards. Tyron Edwards. Good afternoon, sir. Full name Tyron Michael Edwards. City may have a motion in your case, Mr. Edwards. You were cited for failure to transfer title within 45 days of achieving ownership. I think Washington is one of 6 states that still has that as a criminal offense. The city is amending the charge to a civil infraction. Civil infraction is an offense for which there can be no jail time, but simply a fine can be imposed. The civil infraction that the case is amended to would be the invalid tabs, expired tabs. If you admit that when you were stopped on January 1st, that the tabs were not valid, I'll assess a $150 fine, and that'll conclude the matter. Any question about anything I just said? I'll impose a $150 fine. I'm going to sign an order to that effect. Are you able to transfer the title? Probably a good idea to do that. Good idea. Advice, a little bit of general advice to just about anybody. Whenever you buy a car, do not part with your money until you get the title. And if you sell a car, make sure the title goes with your money. You don't want somebody committing a crime in a car that's gonna come back and haunt you. And, you know, if you're buying the car, once the seller has his money, he doesn't have any interest in doing anything for you. He's got his money. So, but with that in mind, $150 is the offense. Good luck with the sale. Get a copy of the order at the window today, at the window. And take care of yourself. Any questions? Jennifer Flowers in the courtroom. Jeffrey Fertney. Jeffrey Fertney in the courtroom. Good afternoon, sir. Full name Jeffrey Allen Fertney. Yes. Given the citation you received, the city may have a motion in your case as well. Go ahead and have a seat. You were cited with DWS third, driving while license suspended or revoked in the third degree. The city has amended that to no vol 2, no valid operator's license on your person, second degree. The difference is this. DWS third is a criminal offense. No valid operator's license, second degree, is a civil infraction. If you admit the infraction, it's a $150 fine. If you deny the infraction, you're entitled to a contested hearing. You admit or deny. Right. So ordered. So ordered. Do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license?
Yes, I've run around this morning.
That's pretty easy to lose your license. It's a lot harder to get it back. And it involves time and money. Yeah, that's I wouldn't stop running around until you get your license reinstated. Signing an order reducing the fine to $150. Mr. Fertney, you can get a copy of that at the window. Payments are over time. I'd rather have you spend your money on reinstatement than fine payments. So if you have trouble making these fine payments, let us know. We can deal with that, okay? Good luck to you. And you as well. Stephen Hand. Stephen Hand in the courtroom. Good afternoon, sir. Full name Stephen A. Hand II. The city may have a motion with regard to your case as well. The city nods in my general direction, which tells me the criminal charge of driving a license suspended or revoked third degree is being amended to the civil infraction of no valid operator's license in the second degree. There are two other infractions here: operating a vehicle without liability insurance and without possession of registration. So that's three infractions. You can admit them, all or none, or deny them and have the matter set for a contested hearing. Or do you have any questions? The face amount of the ticket for insurance is $550. That's way too much, Mr. Hand. What we're going to do is, well, this says $150 each, $150, $300, $450. We'll say you had to pay that over time. Now, do you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated?
I contacted Tacoma, and they took and said that I have to go to court and ticket something like this. So I didn't go to court and it's something. So that's what I started.
That's do what you can. Yeah, like with the insurance ticket, if that was all you got, it's a $550 some ticket. If you don't show up for court, that goes to the Department of Licensing, it's an FTA, and it's a full amount, 500, and then go to collection and double. But if you just go to court, you'll get a reduction, like in your case, to 150 instead of 500. So if you get an infraction, always a really good idea to take care of it. signing a order to that effect. Takes me longer to sign something electronically than by hand, but it's the world we live in. And that concludes the matter. Good luck getting reinstated with your license. Don't give up. Takes a lot of walking and mostly money. So good luck to you. Take care. Get a copy of today's, excuse me, order at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Good luck. Thank you, sir. Douglas Heimbuck. Douglas Heimbuck in the courtroom. Jose Antonio Irapan Barrera. Good afternoon, sir. All right. What I want you to do then is go to the window. We'll need to have an interpreter here, and we don't have that today. So we're going to reset your matter. What I want you to do is go to the window to your left. My court administrator is Hispanic, and she'll be able to give you another court date, and we'll make sure we have an interpreter here then. But thank you for appearing. David Jackson. Full name David Raymond Jackson. Mr. Jackson, keep repeating myself here. You were cited with DWS 3rd degree and a couple of other infractions. City have a motion in this case. The city is moving to amend the criminal offense to the civil infraction of no valid operator's license, 2nd degree. That means you have, in addition to that, 2 other infractions, expired registration, and no insurance. So you've heard what I said before. You can admit the infractions and I'll fine you, or you can deny that you committed the infractions and you're entitled to a contested hearing where the city has to prove by a preponderance of the evidence that you committed the infractions. Any question about anything I've just said?
So if I did,
If you've gotten I'm going to take your word for it. If you you got your tabs.
yeah, I haven't gotten been laid off and some officers I'm down here.
Let's dismiss you admitting the infraction. I'm going to dismiss the registration one. The no insurance, 550 is way too much. Reduce that to 150 and the no valid operator's license to 150 as well. You know, that's with the registration. I've talked to a lot of people that they never got the notice, and that's
The car didn't run from the phone.
that happens, Mr. Jackson. We never have court on Monday, so things are taking a little bit longer than they usually do. This is pretty unusual. Signing an order. Payment schedule set forth in the order. And again, if there's an issue making the fine payments, let us know. I want you to spend your money on reinstating your license. That's the most important thing. If that gets in the way of making the payments, let us know and we'll take care of that. We'll deal with it. Good luck to you.
Thanks.
Take care. Jamar Jones. Jamar Jones does not answer. How about Jennifer Jones? And you, sir, what is your name? Oh, Jamar Jones. Jamar Latez Jones. You likewise have the citation, driving while license suspended, revoked, 3rd degree, And the city may have that same motion in your case than they do. If you're paying attention earlier, the city's amending the charge from a criminal offense to a civil infraction. Civil infraction, I impose a fine. Criminal offense, you could go to jail on that. So if you admit that you didn't have a valid license on your person when you were cited on January 10th, I'll fine you $150. Or if you deny that you anything wrong with your license, we can set it for a contested hearing at a later date. Any question about anything I just said? Do you admit or deny? I'll do the same with you. What's a $150 fine? Mr. Jones, do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license? It's usually money and time. We live in a world where you pretty much have to be able to drive, so I'd make that a project in life, getting reinstated. Signing a order to that effect, Mr. Jones, $150 is the fine. Electronically signing that now. Please get a copy of the order at the window, and good luck to you in getting reinstated. Take care of yourself. Jennifer Jones. Jennifer, middle initial R, Jones. Ms. Jones, you were cited for the, this is getting pretty repetitious, DWS, 3rd degree. And city is moving to amend that charge to the civil infraction. And by now you probably know what that means. If you admit the infraction, it's a $150 fine, but you're entitled to a contested hearing if you deny it. Any question? What would you like to do? It's $150. And I'll ask you, do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license? I'd make it a project in life. So, takes time, takes money to do that, but it can be done. Ms. Jones, I'm now sign the order. Please get a copy of it at the window and take care of yourself. Thank you, ma'am. Ashley Jillian? Ashley Jillian? Good afternoon, ma'am. Is your full name Ashley Nicole Jillian? Again, if I mispronounce a name, I apologize. Citation alleges that on or about January 2nd, 2025, you committed the offense of 4th degree assault. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Avico to represent you. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Julian, a plea of not guilty reserves your rights pending a pretrial. Condition of release would be law-abiding behavior, and of course, typical to impose a no contact order with the alleged victim in this matter, and that's an Ursula Salinas. Any problem with a
Is there any way the court would consider imposing the no contact order? Apparently the defendant and the victim apparently intend on moving from their location potentially to the state of Texas, from what I understand.
The condition will be no hostile contact. What that means is if the police are called because of a dispute of any kind, you're going to be the one to go to jail, and you don't want that to happen. You're moving to Texas. No matter where you go, there you are. So that I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. If somebody is out of state, they can appear for court remotely by Zoom, but you'll want to take that up with Mr. Hammond.
Yeah, there's no geographic restriction. You will, unless you can get permission from the court to appear by way of Zoom.
Julian, I've signed today's order. You can get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Good luck to you. We'll talk to you February 27th. If you're in Texas, yes. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco and appear remotely, I assume. Any questions? Good luck. Thank you. Michael Layton. Good afternoon, sir. Full name, Michael Allen Layton. Yes. Mr. Layton, the citation I have alleges that on or about January 1st, 2025, you committed the offense of driving while under the influence of intoxicants. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf. He'll do so at this time.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial. Conditions of release are law-abiding behavior, don't drive unless licensed and insured, don't drink and drive at all. Anybody asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so. I know there's a prior, but it's beyond the 10 years. In 2010, some judges would request bail given that. I'm not going to do that, but I'll caution you. It's very important that you observe the pretrial conditions of release. February 27th, 10 a.m. will be the date of your pretrial.
Yeah, it is. It doesn't matter. This one. So you're free to go. You just need to see the clerk before you go. She'll give you printed up copies of what the judge signed today. Yeah.
Well, thank you for appearing. Lewis Chapman does not respond. Timothy Lusk. Good afternoon, sir. The full name, Timothy James Lusk. Mr. Lusk, you also were cited with the criminal offense of driving a license suspended or revoked, third degree. City may have a motion in that case. Also cited with failure to have or display proof of liability insurance. You now have 2 civil infractions. You don't plead guilty or not guilty to civil infractions. You admit or deny them. If you admit the infractions, I'll impose a fine. If you deny, any questions? Admit or deny? Admit. Well, let's go with $150 each. No insurance, yeah, $550+ dollars. You can't afford that and insurance, Mr. Lusk. That's, as you know, it's so easy to lose your license, and it's just a little harder to get it back by quite a ways. But don't give up. get your license reinstated, and then once you have it, don't lose it again. And maybe I should have said this earlier, really good idea for everybody to make sure the Department of Licensing knows where you are. When they suspend your license, they send notice, and people habitually, all of us, don't bother to let DOL know when we change addresses. And unless they know your current address, you're not going to get any notices at all. Mr. Lusk, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. I'm signing the today's order. Get a copy of it. And again, if you have any issues making the fine payments, I want the priority to be reinstatement of your license. Thank you, sir. Take care. Have a good day. Amanda Martin. Amanda Martin. Good afternoon, ma'am. Is it Amanda Marie Martin? Mr. Martin, you getting to be an echo in here. You were cited for driving a license suspended or revoked in the 3rd degree. City have a motion and the city does. That's now the civil infraction of no valid operator's license on your person. If you admit that, you know what the fine is. If you deny it, you're entitled to a contested hearing. If you admit or deny. The fine is $150. Do you know what you need to do to reinstate? That's what I always ask. Yeah, get a hold of the Department of Licensing, and I'd make that a project in life. Like I said, not too long ago, we live in a world where you've got to be able to drive. That's, well, make it a long time before you have another one. Ms. Martin, good luck to you. Take care. Don't forget to get a copy of the order at the window. Jerry Mees Hill does not respond. Samuel Montero. Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name Samuel Felix Montero? Citation alleges that on or about January 4th, 2025, you committed the offense of driving while under the influence of intoxicants. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you, and he'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty is entered on your behalf, Mr. Montero. That preserves your rights. Conditions of release are: don't drive unless licensed and insured. Don't drink and drive at all. Any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so. Any questions? Mr. Montero, I'll sign an order resetting the matter for a pretrial.
Phone number for you. Four two.
Montero, thank you for appearing. You take care. We'll see you back here at your pretrial. Good luck. Marie Morgan. Does not answer. Timothy Oliver. Good afternoon, sir. Full name Timothy Frank Oliver.
Good.
Mr. Oliver, the citation is for driving a license suspended or revoked third degree on January 12th. The city may have and does have a motion in your case as well. The charge is amended to no valid operator's license on your person, the civil infraction. If you admit that, it's a $150 fine, Mr. Oliver. If you deny it, you can set it for a contested hearing. Any question about anything I just said?
No.
What would you like to do?
Pick one.
Do you know what it's going to take to reinstate your license?
I believe we should take care of the warrant for Pierce County.
I'd make that a project. Pierce County, sometime I'd give them a call and see what they want you to do. I think usually they want you to come in and get it quashed. Mr. Oliver, that's, I'm going to wish you the best of luck in getting reinstated. Signing the order, setting the fine. Again, go to the window outside the courtroom to your left, get a copy of it. And if you have any problem making the fine payments, let us know. We can deal with that. Good luck to you. And thank you for your patience. Charles Osborne. Osborne does not answer. How about Erica Perkins? Jennifer Shiro. Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name Jennifer Bonnie Shiro, S-C-H-I-R-O. Shiro, I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Shiro, you likewise were cited for no valid operator's license, driving a license suspended, third revoked, and the third. The city's amending the charge to a civil infraction. You came into the court a little bit late. You may not have heard the drill on that. DWS third degree is a criminal offense. You could get sentenced up to 90 days in jail. It's a misdemeanor. On the other hand, the city has amended the charge to no valid operator's license, second degree. That's a civil infraction. If you don't plead guilty or not guilty to a civil infraction, there's no jail time. If you admit it, it's a $150 fine. If you deny it, you're entitled to a contested hearing. Now, do you have any question at all about anything I just said? Do you admit that you didn't have a valid license on your person when you were cited on January 11th? You're also cited for failure to have insurance. You did have insurance. That you didn't have the proof. Well, the offense is failure to have or display. But I think I'm going to dismiss that citation. That's the no insurance one. That leaves you, Shira, with the $150 fine. I'll sign an order to that effect. It still shows 150 for the. Do a new one. Let's see if I can. Let me try. Editing, that's. I think they're gonna let me do it. Down to where total of 150, but then for some reason it won't let me. I got that dismissed. We're now in the age of electronics. We're in the old court system. I don't get to sign anything with my hand anymore. It's all on a screen, and sometimes I think we've taken a step backwards instead of forwards. In any event, Ms. Shiro, I'm signing today's order. I think we finally have it right. Total fine is 150, payable at 25 a month. So good luck to you. Getting reinstated. Take care of yourself. Any questions? Get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. And good luck to you. Take care. Sarah Shalhoub. Well, good afternoon. Ms. Shalhoub, you promised me you'd appear, and here you are. Full name for the record is Sarah, middle initial F, Shalhoub. Citation alleges that on or about September 30th, excuse me, let's go to January 8th, 2025. You committed the offense of obstructing law enforcement. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction for that would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. You're also at pretrial status with a criminal trespass charge. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you on the new charge as well as the old charge, and he'll represent you at your next hearing.
Stipulate the probable cause, Your Honor, on the arraignment matter, as for ten or not guilty plea.
We will set both for for pre-trials. Ms. Shalhoub, yeah, you need to show up at court. I'm glad to see you here today.
I recall you didn't have a phone. You still don't have a phone. You know your number? What? Oh, it'll be in your paperwork. Yeah. So before you leave, just go to the clerk and get a copy.
Ms. Shalhoub, your pretrial is going to be February 27th. Now I'm signing an order to that effect. It'll have the date and the time in it. What I want you to do is stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. Have you given him your contact information? Then the next thing you have to do is get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. And then stay in touch with Mr. Haverco and be back here on the 27th of February. Any questions at all? Conditions to release, of course, are always the same, law-abiding behavior. Take care of yourself. Jason Tipton does not respond. Yes, he does. Good afternoon, sir. Go ahead and have a seat. Full name, Jason, middle initial E, Tipton. Yep. Mr. Tipton, the citation I have alleges that on or about December 30th of 2024, you committed the offense of theft in the 3rd degree. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you. He'll enter a plea on your behalf.
Stipulate the probable cause, Your Honor, as per or not guilty plea.
Mr. Tipton? Plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf by your attorney. I want you to exchange contact information with him. Mr. Tipton, concludes the hearing. I want you to be back here on February 27th. That date and time will be on the order. You're going to get a copy of it at the window. Any questions of me? Law-abiding behaviors to condition or release. Good luck. Is Melissa Ulrich here? Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name Melissa Jean Ulrich. Ulrich? Wait. Citation alleges that on or about January 2nd of this year, you committed the offense of driving a license suspended, revoked, 3rd degree. You've were represented before by Eric Valley. Is he still your attorney? What I'm going to do is I'm going to have Mr. Haverco enter a plea on your new charge and reset it for a matter to hopefully you'll be able to get in touch with Mr. Well, say hello to Mr. Haverco, who's seated right next to you, and he's now your lawyer.
So as to the suspended driving 3rd degree case, stipulate the probable cause as the court to enter not guilty plea.
Ms. Ulrich, yes, that's I'm not quite sure what to say. Mr. Valley has not withdrawn as your attorney of record. I'll leave it up to Mr. Haverco to attempt to get a hold of Mr. And we likewise will send him, just in case, we'll send Mr. Valley a copy of.
But I am.
I'm glad to hear that, but we'll take that up at a later hearing. Mr. Haverco is going to need to talk to you about the matter and get this all resolved. Plea of not guilty puts the matter on ice until you've had a chance to do just that. I want to thank you for appearing. I'm signing the order. Setting both matters for pretrial and review February 27th at 11 o'clock in the morning. Later time?
Yes.
Then that's our last
Okay, I'll figure it out.
February 27th. Look, you've got Mr. Haverco, and I know that he wouldn't be our public defender if he wasn't easy to get a hold of. If for some reason, I remember that you work, yes, you have a work schedule you need to maintain. If that's a problem, just get a hold of Mr. Haverco and he'll be able to handle that on your behalf. Okay. In the meantime, get a copy of the order for today at the window, and we'll see you back here February 27th,
Okay.
or hear from you anyway.
Yes.
Good luck.
You need this?
Huh?
You need this?
No.
Okay,
Excuse me.
I will file it with the court.
Okay, and I gave them copies.
Oh, you
when I-
did?
Yes, and she stamped.
Okay,
Okay.
great.
Ms. Ulrich, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Alexander Brutos. think she went the wrong way. I'm having trouble with those ones as well. They wouldn't close, but they let me sign it again.
I assume, Your Honor, on the Ulrich matter that we just dealt with,
Yes.
you were appointing me on the failure to comply motion as well?
As well,
Or,
I'm sort of leaving that up in the air, provisionally appointing you.
okay,
Mr. Valley, well, I don't want to go into that on the record, but do your best. He's a lawyer over in Shelton.
but I'm
if,
appointed on the new charge that,
Oh, yes,
Okay.
definitely on the new charge.
okay,
And we'll calendar the
oh, okay,
Mr. Valley's case with it
Gotcha.
as well, and we'll just cross that river when we
Gotcha.
get to it.
okay.
Good afternoon, sir. For the record, full name Alexander Nicholas Vrudos. Mr. Vrudos, citation alleges that on or about January 1st, 2025, you committed the offense of driving under the influence of intoxicants. Again, gross misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction, 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. You're also cited for driving a license suspended or revoked in the third degree. That's a simple misdemeanor, 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine would be the maximum penalty. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf, and he'll do so at this time.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, as to pretend or not guilty plea.
We have not guilty is entered. Mr. Vrudos, you're on an SOC that was just entered here recently. We'll calendar that matter as well for to be addressed at the next hearing.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Mr. Vrudos, conditions of release are, you know what they're gonna, no driving unless licensed and insured, no drinking and driving at all. Any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so.
Hopefully when I'm next in here,
Pardon?
hopefully my next CEO will be able to prove that I'm trying to do it.
That's,
Wait, before you go,
yeah, make sure Mr. Haverco has your contact information.
not yet. Oh, it's okay. So, okay. Sorry. Oh, no. You want to, and then so. Are you going to work right? Okay. Sure. You get the,
Mr. Vrudos, see you back here on February 27th. Take care of yourself. Get a copy. That'll be on the order. I did not, I've already closed that. I'll reopen it and we'll make sure we know. 10 a.m., February 27th, 10 a.m. And that will be in the order that you'll have a copy of. So always a good idea. Take care. Jennifer Westenhaver. Good afternoon. Full name Jennifer Jean Westenhaver.
Yes.
Ms. Westenhaver, the citation alleges that on or about December 21st, 2024, you violated the terms and conditions of a anti-harassment no contact order. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter.
stipulate
do
probable
so.
stipulate the probable cause, Your Honor, as to pretend or not guilty plea.
We have not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial, which we're going to set. conditions of release or law-abiding behavior, and that would include, you know, abiding by any and all anti-harassment, no contact orders, whether that's consented to or not.
Sign it first. Yeah. Yeah, before you go, stop by the clerk's window and she'll print out the copy of your paperwork with my info.
So Wes and Avery, good luck to you. Take care. Don't forget to get a copy of today's order, and we'll see you back here February 27th. Justin Zeiler. Good afternoon, sir. Full name, Justin Paul Zeiler. Mr. Zeiler, citation alleges in honor about January 3rd, 2025. He committed the offense of no valid operator's license without identification. The city may have a motion in this case. He's amending it to with identification. That reduces it from a criminal offense to a civil infraction. If you admit the infraction, I'll assess a fine. You're also cited for failure to stop at an intersection. If you admit those infractions, I'll impose a fine that will conclude the matter, or you're also entitled to a contested hearing if you deny that you committed any infraction. The NVOL, no valid operator's license, that's a civil infraction. It's not a moving infraction, so I don't know that it would have any impact, but failure to stop at a stop sign, that is a moving violation, and that would affect your. Did he have a motion? Does there have any suggestions?
Well, it could be contested.
What I'm inclined to do is this, Mr. Zeiler, if the city has no objection, what I'd be inclined to do is dismiss the moving violation and assess 300 on the no valid operator's license. Do that. You know, that's it. You're cited with no identification. You can just go to, if you don't have a valid license, you can go and get an identification card. So at least you have that. That removes it from the criminal realm. That's separate from licensing. You can get an ID card, and some people do that. They're not able to get a license because their ability to do so is suspended in one degree or another. But you can get a Washington State identification card. I do that at least save you a little trouble. Sign an order to that effect, Mr. Zeiler. You can get a copy of that at the window, and good luck to you. Take care of yourself. All right. Maybe it's just Monday. I did. Oh, they made me sign it twice. Honey, how does this happen? The He made me do it twice. I did. That's old courts. Well, I'm out of, people to call. Somebody came in late or something, ma'am. Do you have a matter on the calendar? Oh, yes. Ms. Flowers, yep, I called your name a while back, Jennifer Fawn Flowers. Mr. Ratfield, that's number 14 on and the city may have a motion on that charge as well.
If the city moves to amend the infraction.
Ms. Flowers, you were cited with DWS 3rd degree. The city's changed that to the civil infraction of no valid operator's license on your person's 2nd degree.
Is that?
It is. It's an infraction. The difference is this: driving while license suspended or revoked 3rd degree is a criminal offense. If you were convicted of that, you could get sentenced up to 90 days in jail. But no valid operator's license, that's a civil infraction, much less important. No jail time is even possible.
I was just curious.
Yeah. Absolutely, it's an infraction. It was a criminal offense, but now it's an infraction.
Is it given? Right.
Yes, if you're not supposed to drive unless you're licensed and insured, and that's what the citation is no valid operator license.
Or, I mean, hold me over. Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Well, he would have, there's no crime in sitting in your car, but the question I would have, and I don't have that in front of me now, is you're entitled to a contested hearing, is did he see you driving or not? And so if he didn't see you driving, the city has to prove by a preponderance of the evidence that you committed an infraction. If you want, I'll set it for a contested hearing and we'll see what the officer, he'll have to, I'll have in front of me then his statement. Oh, yes. Oh, boy. Nope. Well, if you admitted the infraction, it'd be $150. If you deny it, we'll set it for a contested hearing, and if you win that, if the city doesn't prove that you committed the infraction, it won't cost you anything. That's no crime. That's is that a friend with you? He may want to, if you want to confer with your friend for a minute. If you want to talk to your friend for a little bit, what would you like to do?
I'll pay them $50.
I'll take that as an admission. We'll set your payments at $25 a month, Ms. Flowers. Is there any chance of you getting your license back? A lot of money, huh? Well, the longest journey begins with one step. If you don't get started, you're never going to get there. A client from years ago who became a good friend later and still is, he had a bad patch in life. He worked his way through about $14,000 in traffic tickets. Nobody could believe that he was going to be able to reinstate his license, but he did. So get started, okay? Ms. Flowers, I'm signing an order to that effect, and all I can do is wish you good luck. Take care of yourself. All we can do is try, and thank you. Sir, good afternoon. Do you have a matter on the calendar? Well, that's sleeping. I guess we'll go off record for the moment. Back on record with the 1 o'clock arraignments. I have one last matter to call. Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name Charles David Piguet? Citation alleges that on or about January 12th, 2025, committed the offense of theft third degree, gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I will appoint Mr. Havergood to enter a plea on your behalf. He'll represent you in this matter today and throughout the course of the case, should you be indigent, request his services.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask for to enter not guilty plea.
We have not guilty, preserved your rights. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. That'll probably be February 27th, I'm guessing. In any event, we're going to generate an order that'll have the date and time on it that you can get at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Yep, January 27th, 10 a.m. Conditions release, of course, are stay in touch with the Haverco, law-abiding behavior, and appear back here on January or February 27th. I've signed the order. Mr. Begay, that concludes the hearing. Sorry it took a while, but I want you to get a copy of the order and we'll see you back here February 27th. Any questions at all? Good luck, take care, and catch up on your sleep. No problem. Want to go on record for the 2:30 infraction calendar? We have Zachary Robbins appearing, I believe, on behalf of Gargile Law.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of do it today.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
115.
I have one matter today, Your Honor, that is Naomi Wilson, 4A0826-175.
I have that in front of me now, and I've taken, I briefly reviewed the infraction. I presume we have a motion or so.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hear that at this time.
First motion is a motion to dismiss for insufficient evidence, lack of foundation. Specifically, this was done in moving mode. However, there's no comparison to a speedometer as required in moving mode.
Okay, perfect.
So they'll give you a.
Okay.
I
Perfect.
reviewed the affidavit.
All right, so
There's a
as soon as you
motion,
get that,
well
you're free to go,
taken.
please write down that.
Granted, I
February
presume
28th.
that's followed by a motion
That
to dismiss.
information.
Yes, Your Honor.
I will do so at this time. I'll sign an order to that effect.
Definitely, definitely.
Robbins
Okay,
will be
well,
sending
thank you so much.
your office a
All right,
a
thank
copy
you, sir.
of
Have a
the
good day.
order,
You as well.
of dismissal.
All right,
Take care. That
repeat.
concludes the hearing, and that's
So
all you have today.
Ortiz.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you so much. Have a great afternoon.
You as well. Take care.
Take care.
You may have noticed, in my worldview, having to hire a lawyer for $300-500, but whatever these guys are charging, I think a minimum of 300. That's kind of punishment enough.
Is that in a rule somewhere where if you're in
Back on record with the 1 o'clock no-shows, going through the arraignment calendar, starting on the first page. Docket number 1 did not appear. Amend the DWS third to Noval 2 and FTA. On Mr. Canzoni, warrant issued on docket number 4. Number 5, simply FTA that. Docket number 6, Ronald Carby, cited for DWS third degree, amend to Noval and FTA. Going to page 2 of the arraignment docket. First no-show is Jeremy Crahan, docket numbers 9 and 10, 2 counts of theft, different dates. I released him, probable cause was previously found when I released him from custody, 2,500. Oh. He was still, yeah. We better reset with notice, I think. Was he being held on anything else? It just, they never got around to what happened then? The jail is a little worse than usual. Jeffrey Domingo, docket numbers 11 and 12, amend DOS third to the usual, Noval 2 and FTA. And then FTA is 3 infractions, docket number 12. And docket number 13, Tyron Edwards, amend failure to transfer title to expired tabs and FTA that one. Next page, we go to docket numbers 18, number 18, amend DOS third to Noval 2 and FTA. That's it for that page. The following page, Jamar Jones, we did finally deal with. That goes down to Louise Chapman, amend docket number 26 to Noval 2 and FTA, and FTA docket number 27, no insurance infraction. That brings us to docket number 31, amend DWLS 2, Noval 2 and FTA then. The same with docket numbers 34, amend Timothy Oliver from DWS third to Noval 2 and FTA. I missed something. Criminal trespass, second degree. I'm sorry, missed that one. Skipped over that one. 2,500 cash or bond finding probable cause for crim trust to Anna Marie Morgan. The Oliver, Charles Osborne, he was in custody. I found probable cause for DUI on him when he was spoken to in custody. 5,000 cash or bond. The next one, Erica Perkins, there was a note in the file from her, too dangerous to walk here on the road. That was pretty interesting letter. Yeah, but anyway, nothing on appearance, but reset with notice given her. Yeah, she's no transportation, working on the van to get it up and running, but no luck so far. And I think that's it. Oh, the other 230, yes. Failed to appear. Go ahead, Ilya Nikolaevich Gorban, simply FTA, FTA that. And that concludes the